Hello guys. Bright and early. Ate some early dinner. Feeling good. It's hot as hell though. So a new patch. Definitely some things I want to try. Combat being the obvious one. As well as obviously not really much of a try, but you know, I wanna see Vamana. Like I don't think the changes are gonna change much at all really. But I wanna see how the 3 feels mainly. Should be 30% faster. Like in general, I don't think it's gonna change anything in the grand scheme of things. But it's something. Yeah, daily chat gameplay. He's just an easy god for me to warm up on, because you don't need to think much when you play Chuck. So he's a good warm up character for me. They kind of nerfed the shield a little bit, right? Yeah, 50 less health. I'll probably grab it anyway. Yeah, I need to be partnered. I assume you have. I guess probably some. I used to be partner streamer. I assume what you mean with high risk specifically. I used to be, but I lost the privilege when I stopped streaming out of nowhere. So I probably have to apply again. I'll look into it for sure. I would definitely like to have that done if I still am able to once Smite 2 comes out. Yeah, damn, I can't write it down or anything. I don't have anything to write on. I'll try to remember it. I'll try. Yeah, sure. Yeah, post in Discord. I'll just not read the message. I'll be reminded of it after the game or my stream. Dude, no! Oh, we got each other. Sad. I should have popped my thorns earlier. My TP didn't... it went away. I don't believe it. But he got first blood, so that sucks. I lost the trade by 100 gold. Sadness. Average solo experience right there. Creeps. Damn, dude, my creeps lost. Shit.
You think you can just pass away like that? There is no escape.
This does hurt me slightly more than it hurts him, for the simple reason that I need mana and he doesn't. Classic Cocolan.
Ultimate down! On my way!
Enemy ultimate down!
Ultimate is ready! Attack! Attack!
Run! Hit him with that secret sauce!
Okay.
Wow! You must have choked on the meatball. There is no escape.
Careful! Enemy spotted!
Walk in darkness!
Enemy spotted!
Run if you can.
Careful middle! Enemy missing!
Enemy missing middle! There is no escape. Mamma mia, not again! Your middle tower is under attack.
Susa's not gonna have a fun time against the Susano, that's for sure.
Run! Run! Escape. Enemy missing right. Nothing will stop me.
So what is this? That seems pretty good. I guess we'll grab Abyssal here. I did watch Nika's stream a bit earlier to see some changes, if there's anything I need to keep an eye on. Abyssal seems to be the main thing so far in terms of builds. Abyssal seems pretty good.
Your right tower is under attack. Run! Run if you can.
Joke me as we're goated. I'm glad you liked it.
Enemy missing!
There is no walk in darkness. Run! Run! There is no escape. Run! Run if you can. Enemy!
Maybe a little. An enemy has been slain. Two meatballs is better than one. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Waste of time.
Ally has been
ultimate is down. Attack. Okay.
Damn. If I had my ult when Susano showed up, that actually might have been kill potential.
I walk in darkness.
Oof.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Retreat.
Your left
Enemies in right lane.
run. Run if you can. Left lane.
Okay.
Wow!
Run if you
Compliments
can.
to the chef.
Your middle tower is under attack. I'll attack left lane. There is no escape.
Think right.
Enemies in right lane. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing middle.
Grab that now.
No pain.
Grab something I can't get yet. Shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Cathedral is very, very cool. I don't know if I like it all that much, but aesthetically it's very cool.
Your team has destroyed a
The thing is, like, the Elden Ring Legacy dungeons are also very cool. Which is essentially just, you know, it's the same kind of design philosophy, I imagine, as a Dark Souls level, pretty much.
I walk in darkness. There is no escape. I will rip out your belly. I walk in darkness. There is no escape. Run if you can. Enemies in right lane. Your middle tower is
So many showing up now.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Run if you can. Run if you can.
I'm not fighting when we don't have any words. Hell nah. I don't want to be around.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Think you can just bust away like that? Wow! He must have choking on the meatball.
Run if you can.
That was something. Go to the slaughter.
There is no the night falls.
Yeah, they're just behind us. No wires on the totem or shaman camp or whatever. I'm back. I don't need visitors this early. At least I blink now.
Stop me. That's too bad.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
Enemy spotted.
There is no escape.
It's no tower, dude. This is unsafe for me.
Out of mana.
Probably gonna lose my tower here. I don't know if I like Abyssal this early, honestly, on Chalk specifically. Because I definitely want regrowth.
Yes. Your right tower is under attack.
Surprised I did not lose my tower, but I imagine I will at any moment. For any reason.
Enemy missing right.
Someone's gonna sneeze in my tower and it goes.
I walk in darkness.
You think that you can just master away like that?
Run, you can. There is no escape. I walk in darkness. There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. Your right tower is under attack. Escape. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'm returning to base.
Waste of time. Run.
Enemy spotted.
Run if you can.
Surprise defeated.
An ally has been slain.
Average Zeus experience, pretty much.
Tower is under attack.
Mamma mia, not again!
Dude, my blue buff! No, my blue buff.
Buon appetito!
Dude, if I just had mana. I just don't have fucking mana for this.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under
Mana would have been nice there, to be honest.
Joker on the lead.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Dude, just split up! Go around the rock! Don't fucking follow the same path! Dude, are you kidding me?
You gonna just
That's so funny. Why would you go the same way?
share.
Oof.
The fresh meat has been
What happened to Zeus? A bit of everything, I guess. I like Bakasura being somewhat of a, like, I guess, unreliable jungler. As well as a, you know, playing a Zeus against a very, very all-in comp is a bit rough. It's not easy.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
See if I can get a lucky pick here.
There is no escape. Run if you can.
I'll take that.
Run if you can. There is no escape.
Baka is not. I don't think he's great either, but I do think Baka, like, it's not like Baka is so shit that it can't perform on it, you know. But some comms completely just destroy Bakasura.
Run your structure. Run escape the nightfall. Your middle tower is under
That was a salty anchovy.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I should have been able. I should have been here.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. There is no escape. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm out.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack.
Run if you can.
Two meatballs is better than one.
See if I can
Amazing.
give the team some kills.
Double kill.
Fire giant.
No one eats for free.
Attack fire giant. Group up.
Kind of wasted my ult.
Okay, so maybe a little salty her son.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Run. Never fall. Ultimate is
Enemy spotted.
Dude, I suck.
Mamma mia, not again.
Oh, we fucked that one up.
You think
I
that
screwed
you're
up.
gonna just pass away like that?
Your titan is under attack. I walk in darkness. Nothing will stop me. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
I don't know what to get a last item here, to be honest.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Is Stone of Binding good on Chuck? I guess not. I don't know. I might just grab shifters.
No pain.
Magic defense? Hmm. I'll get a bit of both, I guess. Right now, I really just want 20.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Waste of time.
Like, really bad. I hope they backed after doing gold there. I should be able to get 20.
Be careful.
Enemies in left lane.
Run! Run if you can. There is no escape. I walk in darkness. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't.
Your
Enemy
left
spotted.
tower has been destroyed.
Close. I'm saving my gold for starter here.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Enemy ultimate is coming.
Joker on the meatball.
I walk in darkness.
Ally has been slain.
I lived, but still not enough gold.
There is no escape. I never fall. There is no escape. On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy
Damn.
spotted.
I can't believe they gave 86 another shield item. You fucking kidding me? Or I guess they buffed the shield item, I should say. It's not exactly another.
Blood will flow.
Redstone is pivotal. Did it touch redstone? No, it's still OP. Okay. Interesting.
Your structure is under attack.
There is no escape.
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Gotta get some Raven warts. I'm just really trying to see if I could finish my last.
There is no escape.
Careful, middle.
Gank middle lane.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
See if I can even get out. Nah. Damn it, dude. I couldn't get my blink off. I shouldn't have thrown my axe in the first place. Redstone kept me in combat for so long. That's bad. Damn. I don't think this Zeus pick really paid off a whole lot for us in this one either. I don't see any damage really going off. Everything he yet needs to use, he needs to use it defensively.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, I'll take it back. You got a kill. Good job, Zeus.
Attack! Attack!
On my way. I walk in darkness.
Defend the
An
Titan!
enemy has been slain. Better than
Let
one.
me catch up, dude. I suck. And he's behind us.
I walk in darkness.
Run! Run, dude! No, Satoru's here! Damn it, dude! I could have tried to fight, but I knew I could get away. I just didn't think Susanoo was gonna be there. Damn it! Alright, fine. I'm going home in a grave then. Oh, it's my 2 patronals tomorrow. Yeah, I'm interested. I did hear the small
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
I did hear like Nika talking it up a bit. I'm interested. It sounds like he likes it. So I hope I like it too. We'll just have to wait and see.
The enemy team has destroyed.
Dude, that's too much Nuwa. People saying Nuwa is just okay. There's fucking Nuwa in every game now. I hate it. I have nothing to do with her and she still just hits me. We do have a pretty legit fight.
Waste of time.
Be careful, be careful. Be right back. Sorry. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. There is no escape.
Enemies in right lane.
Going up.
I don't believe his stash was still up, man.
Fresh meat has been tenderized.
Hmm.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Two meatballs is better than one.
Enemy spotted.
I should have just chased the carries instead. I should never have swapped to Kokolin. I didn't see Jingwei was chasing. The only reason why I went in Kokolin in the first place was because I saw Jingwei was doing so much damage to him, but then she turned on someone else.
There's no escape. Run you can. I walk in darkness. Run you can.
The ultimate down. Enemies at the fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Just gotta push up waves. They can definitely just all in the Titan and end. We'll see if we can even defend this.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
There's no escape.
Be right back. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's the only Fury as well.
Yes.
There's no escape.
Enemies at right lane. We need war. Enemy spotted.
I could have ulted, I just...
Your right phoenix is under attack. There is no escape. Is under attack. Your middle phoenix. Your middle phoenix is destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn. Bonk.
Compliments to the chef. That was puppy and go. Double kill.
Save yourself.
Don't come back again.
Yeah. Nah, Jingwei probably was a little too close there. Game was pretty much over. We couldn't had no Emperor defending it. In the end.
That's too bad.
Our early was thrown way too hard. I think we did have a chance going into late game, but... yeah, it is what it is. It was tough once we lost 2 Phoenixes. I always had a really hard time going in, because I was always solo going in, and they always had Aegis and or beats up. I was never able to stick to anyone without just instantly dying, so I always had to go back out, almost instantly. Like, you and me never went in together, so we couldn't kill anyone. Nuwa, at least the times I went in, I was all, like, Nuwa and Chernobog was always just free. And I couldn't deal with both of them myself, I was just gonna die. So once they ages, I was just getting out. Yeah, I mean, with our team comp, best case scenario is we kill the like their frontline faster than I die, essentially. But yeah, just 9. Yeah, it's crazy. I only bought sentries and Raven wards. Usually I have a lot more wards, but we were pushed into late game pretty fast. I just wasn't able to pick up on it. I had to finish my items to be. If I was gonna be solo frontline, I had to finish my shit. Did I even? I did. Okay. I was wondering if I had full CDR, but I did. I don't know. Abyssal is cool. I do think Abyssal is cool. I just don't know if I like it on Chuck that much. I mean, it's probably really good on Chuck because it's incredibly easy to land all your abilities on people, but still. Yeah, you had 15. Yeah. Zeus might have worded too much. But yeah, it was tough. They had a very good all-in comp as well, and Zeus just struggles against that. Like, real bad. We had a very late-game oriented team comp with a Jingwei and a Zeus, I feel like. I also don't think... Oh, we did have Spectral. Never mind. I was about to say, no Spectral against this would be a problem. But I mean, I didn't have Spectral on me, which I probably could have gotten last item. Yeah, Susano wasn't the problem, I think, in this one. Like, the big new walls obviously being a problem, just unavoidable gigantic damage in late game, as well as the... Like, Chernobog always going into the wall for my ult was annoying. It was really annoying. Because he can just do that shit. Only a few times when he wasn't near a wall I was able to ult him, but then I just get ages out of him instead. And still I won't be able to chase him down just for that. He's just gonna heal too much off of me. It was a fun game though. I enjoyed it. Dude, it's so fucking hot today. Jesus Christ. I think this is one of the reasons why I don't usually stream at this time. Because the sun is, at the moment, in real time, baking my apartment. And I don't like wearing a headset when the sun is baking my apartment. When I start later, the sun has left behind the buildings and is no longer hitting me. And so I can cool down a bit. But right now it's just hot. Are we first pick? I don't even know. We are not. And there it is. The big bad combo. Dude, I'm gonna have to deal with it, aren't I? Shit. I'll just at least pick something that goes well into team fighting. I wish I had time to think about what I wanted to play against the combo, but I didn't. I don't actually know what I would have went with here. Cerberus would be bad. He can immune my shit so easily. Vamana into combo? No, I think that's a terrible. I think that's a terrible idea. I don't agree. I definitely don't. My reasoning is very simple. What do you mean he can't do anything to me? He can counter my one completely if he roots me like inside of it. He can just bait it out and wait for me. He can immune the knockup with his like he can both ult me while I'm in my one as well as 2 me because he's fucking knockup immune in his 2. He's gonna wreck my ass. I can never get away from him. And with Frostburn, your 3 buff? I don't think the 3 buff is gonna do that much. Like, hitting it wasn't a massive problem for me before, especially if they're Frostbound in the first place. I guess it's gonna hit a bit faster, but I still need to check it out. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, I think to be good against combo, you want something that can either immune roots or something that can interrupt his 3. Or not 3, his 2. Or either that or something that can easily avoid something like Vervana, some shit like that. Not that Vervana is good, but like you have the 2 to immune a lot of his stuff. I think that's the stuff you need. Like if he dashes me, sure. Like I might be able to just insta ult him, but even then, I don't think it's like I can see Vamana being alright into combo, but I don't think it's like good matchup for Vamana. I think the combo, like a smart combo, will be able to deal with Vamana easier than Vamana can deal with combo. Especially if it's like, what cooldown is Combo's 1 with like full CDR? It's gonna be like 4 seconds. So, I don't know, I think he's easily gonna be able to just get away.
Why settle for less when we can be whoever we choose? A perfect weapon for a villain!
I mean, I guess Abyssal Stone is very good on Cthulhu, but I don't know if I want to get it early. We're both kind of in an annoying position here, because we're magical versus magical. Well, this sucks. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to start with Curse Reaver either way, I think. It's just... because when I start with Sigil, I need it more than ever.
Okay, this thingamabob better do its job.
I mean, you might be right, but I don't see it in my head. I think especially in the like maybe 2, like I can see what you mean if you have 2 or 3 items online, but the first, like before any of that, I think combat will absolutely just like dumpster Vamana, with how it's playing out in my head at least. But I think Vamana generally does well into anything once he has a few items online. to be honest. I screw up my beginning here. I wasted so much mana for no reason.
I'm enjoying myself.
I do not want to fight. Not fighting until I have my 3, I can tell you that. Not dealing with that root. And I just don't have Sim clear.
Fantastic work.
Join me.
Is this bad, boys?
I'm enjoying myself.
Ah, we're good. Combo will just outdamage me at the moment. As Cthulhu, I'll just stay back. Mind my own business.
So sorry.
I'm enjoying myself.
Go to sleep.
I'm glad I went TP at least.
A minor setback.
He does have thorns, which damn. He's not gonna miss ever. He's definitely not gonna miss.
Bravo.
His one on my fat ass as Cthulhu, that's for sure.
Enemy missing.
I'm enjoying myself.
Damn it. Dude, it's gonna be hell trying to fucking avoid that shit. I actually just made myself a bigger target.
A minor setback.
A perfect weapon for a villain.
Gank right lane. Ultimate is ready.
I'm enjoying myself.
I do think the worst stage is over though.
And the great.
On my way.
He's gonna be annoying now. But at least I have my ult to respond.
Join me. Enemy
Has been slain.
The thingamabob is in place.
Farewell.
I'm enjoying myself.
Go to sleep.
Join me. I'm enjoying myself much.
Not again.
Enemy missing.
Join me.
Oh yeah, that shit crippled now.
Dream.
He's all this back up.
You will pay for this.
He's damn all this back up, dude. And he's dead. Sure. I wanted to back, dude. I wanted to back.
Count on me.
I should have just backed. Compass ult, didn't they also decrease the ult cooldown as well? That's fucking insane. Why would they do that? It already had like no...
On my way.
Damn it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I should have just gotten out. Now I'm a level behind. In this horrific matchup. Against the very sleepy man.
Sorry.
Okay, I am Ishtar. I am
I'm enjoying myself.
I mean, it was already short. Like 75, right? 75 is pretty short. Now they made it 70 or some shit. I think that's pretty crazy. Dude, he's never ever gonna miss his 2 on me.
Need to watch their back.
I can't tell the range because I'm too big.
Careful right. Enemy missing middle.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
Save yourself.
Not to worry. Retreat.
Join me.
Ally has been slain.
I should probably have leveled my 2 in this one. There's no point in really poking him with my 1.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
Considering if I do that, his 2 will land on me no matter what.
Join me.
Oh, there is a scaling of it? Okay.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
Archdruid first? Interesting. I'm guessing he doesn't want to change the build.
Join me. I'm enjoying myself too much. Join me.
Dude, holy shit!
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
We gotta get at least 1 for this. Dude! A Wheelix! That couldn't have been set up easier for you to get at least 1 kill out of that.
Would you say this makes my tentacles look big?
Hmm.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
Let's put another ward.
Mob is in place.
Also, they have Ravana and Butts. Which one is support? Ravana. Okay. Ravana support, huh? Strange. Not looking too hot for us here.
Sweet dreams.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Ready to go somewhere? I'm enjoying myself. Everyone watch and be. You will be bathe in my glory.
Tower is under attack. Enemy spotted!
Join me. Hopping.
Dude! Dude! Why does it cripple? Fuck! I actually forgot that it cripples. That's insane. Why does it cripple? I can't believe Combat 2 cripples. I forgot about that. Dude, Combat is broken. Combat is broken. You literally can't. He has the best setup in the game. It might be kind of shitty to land sometimes, the 2. But if you land it, they can't do anything. They literally can't do anything about it. It's an ass ability. I don't agree with that. I can't. Not when it cripples. It's slow, I agree. But the gods that doesn't have any mobility, as well as if you time it well, they're dead. I mean, I'm not saying it's one of the best abilities, but I'm saying it cripples. On a god where if you land it, you're fucking dead.
Dreams.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
It has a very low cooldown as well. All things considered.
The thingamabob is in place. I'm enjoying myself too much.
Be right back.
That miss?
I'm enjoying
Farewell.
The gold fury.
somewhere.
A minor setback.
Join me. Hopping right.
It looks like ADC is doing very well over there. I didn't even realize. I'm the one getting smacked over here.
I'm enjoying myself. Not an answer to me. Like it very hard in it.
Dreams.
Get me out of here! I don't want to deal with Comba anymore. I have to ban Comba from now on. Comba is one of the most annoying gods to deal with in existence.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
I'll go push first. Yeah, get H health fed. Yeah, good job. I'm glad that me getting doved over here is at least contributing to something. Ishtar doing very well. Also, who is Ishtar? Like, is that an alt? I don't really recognize the name.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna grab this.
Any occasion.
I don't think I'm gonna run Pridwin this game. Not feeling it. Too much fucking mobility. Actually, I guess Pridwin isn't really that good in Cthulhu anyway, thinking about it. Should have gone Prophetic? I could have done Prophetic, yeah, that's true. I'll just do the build that I know. Because it still works. Still good.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
No, I actually let it catch me this time.
Even villains need to watch their back.
Join me.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle.
I'm enjoying myself too much. On my way. I'm enjoying myself too much.
Unfortunate. My ult ran out.
Compliments to the chef.
Join me. Holy Christ.
Ally has been slain.
I'm enjoying myself too much.
I can't even TP if they do gold.
Join me. I'm enjoying myself too much.
An outfit for any occasion.
Let's grab a Ravenward.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, I flicked my two. I also fucked up with on her. I used my on her, unfortunately. My on her. I used my auto on her when he was aegis. Well, I should have just waited. He aegis my knock up, and after that I could have responded by waiting. Instead, I just threw it out for no reason.
Join me. Holy Christ. I'm enjoying myself too much.
Just gotta get out. People are just dying again. Back in the back. And just like that. Why?
Okay.
Who pressed 3 times? Are you kidding me? Team, what the fuck? I didn't even press anything. Yeah, not if sex. Why did 3 people press yes? I didn't even see we tried to surrender. The fuck? Sad, man. That is sad. Why would they surrender? I mean, I know why, but what a premature surrender. Well, that sucks. But no, I definitely think, like, when they dove me 3 people in left, and they all were left with like 20% HP, and Wheelix didn't get a single kill and also died in the process, was real bad. We had to get a kill out of that, man. You still blame me for not voting, that's fair. You can definitely throw some blame on me, but throw the blame on the 3 people saying yes first. I do have some blame, because I could have just said no, but I didn't even see we're surrendering. I was too immersed in my team fight. I was trying to save people in mid. Well, let's get this guy out if I end up having to play something that can't defend itself like Cthulhu. Classic. No one's getting combo. No combo today. I don't think I'll actually get to try combo today, guys. I do think it's trying to do Vamana though. I did promise Guan A, but it's not gonna be this game. I'm feeling I have to try Vamana, dude. I need to try Vamana. Are you a liar? No. But actually, you weren't here yesterday, were you? Because I was supposed to do it yesterday. You never reminded me.
Pick your god.
How could you? You betrayed me.
Peace be with you.
I need to see how he is. Let's get Vamana in.
Lil Mana.
I was with Kit. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's all banter. I'll do it eventually. I could use that knockup immunity on my 1 this game. Hercules Hebo Chuck. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think it's a good buff that could make him more relevant. Because it is true, like he does need something, and there's just too much shit with knockup immunity these days. I honestly think too many things have knockup immunity. I think that's the problem. It's not actually that Vamana is too bad, it's that everyone else is too fucking strong. I feel like Vamana is in a good state. Everyone else is broken. Being broken is the average in Smite now. Unfortunately, we have kind of hit a stage where the game has gotten so complicated that every escapability needs some kind of extra thing added to it, like slow immunity or knock-up immune or I don't know, some kind of CC immune, I guess, like Shibbolonki has. You know, shit like that. It's kind of weird. A channel points for reward for picking your god. What do I mean? Like, you guys get points for me picking Vamana? Or do you mean people spend points to request? Yeah, I mean, people have already asked for that a few times. Even last stream, someone asked for it. It's just, the reason why I don't do that is because I want to try and get to a stable MMR. I almost hit GM, and if people pick something for me, it's more than likely going to be something I don't know how to play. That'd be fine, I agree, but I actually had a plan for this. My plan was, now that my ult was up here, I would just do that on my ult. But on my main, I would actually try. Because I want to see if I can get Grandmaster, since I was so close yesterday. It's kind of too late now anyway, for the Grandmaster thing. I've had too big of a loss streak since I got that close, but... who am I against? I don't know who that is, unless it's Alexia. I think it's Chuck. Dude, Hebo? Shifters would not be bad to start with. But nah, I think I'm just gonna do this. Screw it.
I am the bestest Gorgon. Who are you?
Have fun.
Woohoo!
Wanna try the Frostbound Rush again? Because I really want Hastened. Especially into their team comp, otherwise I'm...
Seeing me again.
They have Hebo, dude. They have slow immune. I don't like it here. I don't. In some games I think it's great. But yeah. I think it's rough into comps where they have a lot of slow immunity. They do have actually a very strange comp. I don't like their comp. It's very anti-Vamana, to be honest. Dude, I hate their team comp when I look at it. I might have to be really tanky this game. And just rely on my ult to do the big damage. Alright, let's see how fast the 3 is. Damn. I honestly didn't even see it return, so it's definitely faster. It's kind of wild. That's a lot faster. Turns out 30% is a pretty big difference. Mana's OP again. How did we get here?
No good.
I might have been able to pop thorns there, but I would rather wait until I have my one available. Come on. There we go.
An enemy has been slain.
There we go. And now my one at rank 1, or at all times I guess, is 2 seconds lower, so that's great. Because 16 seconds is a long fucking time for an escapability, that's kind of weak.
Okay, stop. Maybe a little salt a bit hurt some.
It's weird. I'm actually gonna have to get used to the 3 now. It's almost too fast for me. I can't land shit with this.
Coming through.
No, don't worry. I'll do my best to get a pentakill here. Don't worry.
Ultimate is ready.
Yoink. Unintentional yoink, though.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
Also, Neo, why does this guy look like your name? Just in a bit of a messed up version of it. I feel like I can see Neo in there somewhere, right?
Meatballs is better than one.
Dude, I can't do the thing anymore. It's just a straight ability now. By the thing, I mean I can't wobble it. I can't aim it the same way. Now you either hit it or you miss it. End of story. Yeah, the auto cleaves are very good. Like, honestly, that's the biggest thing to me, almost, that makes him a good solo. It just adds to wave clear that it was already kind of good. In my opinion, at least.
That's what's up.
Like, people definitely underestimate how good AoE autos are. For lane clear. Where's Vamana's AoE autos, huh? Where is it?
Enemies incoming left.
Your right tower is under attack. Farewell.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in middle lane.
Attack fire giant. Careful middle. Have fun.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Your left tower is under attack.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Move it, faster.
Let's switch it up.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
My blade finds you.
I pretty much missed the full wave for this, and I also did not get the blue buff. I think. I'm pretty sure I didn't, yeah. Yeah, he's got blue buff.
Never step back. Always hold the line.
He's got TP. I'll just have to back here.
Bulletproof boom. Careful left.
Yeah, the 3 is real fast now. Like, it's actually kind of putting me off. I need to get used to it. I was so used to having to aim it when I was moving around, especially when I clear the wave. Now you have to stand still, otherwise it's gonna miss. You can do it very, very slightly.
Compliments to the chef. Fresh meat has been tenderized.
Back it down.
Okay, so maybe a little salt here.
Very, very quick. Very, very effective rotation there.
That's what's up.
Didn't even need to ult out in any way. It wasn't up when they ganked, but it was up somewhat short after Hippo ulted, I think. I think I would have survived the engagement either way, unless Chuck's ult would have come back up.
You rock.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy in right lane.
Hippo, go away!
What is it?
That's my ult. Hippo not giving me a whole lot of room here.
Mamma mia, not again.
Hippo's actually dead or needs to ult once I finish my hastened. It's gonna be great. Can't wait to see him run away.
On my way.
He's already in left as well. I assume he's got lifesteal? He doesn't actually have lifesteal, but he's a jungler, I guess he heals off of that.
Attack fire giant. Gank middle lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, this poor Chuck. TP to mid to help, only for him to lose his blue buff.
Ally.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
Let's switch it up.
I don't actually have Humble Bundle. My friend does, or at least he used to. He would sometimes tell me about some of the current offers, but while I love games, I'm very selective as well. Like, I need to be in the right mood to play some. And sometimes I'm just not. So, I don't want free games all the time. Though it is nice to have a game when you're suddenly in the mood for it. Dude, my ult didn't want to go off. What the fuck? I'm so mad about that. Why the fuck did my ult want to go off? I pressed it 3 times. Like, Chuck ulted me, sure, but Jesus Christ. It still never went off.
Think you gonna just pass away like that? Maybe a little.
Like, when I pressed it the second time, I thought it went off, but whatever. I can't be asked to be mad about Smite anymore. You both you blinked into the Susanoo too? That's so unfortunate for him. That's a big whoops. Just instantly got clamped as a result. Smack, 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 smack. Oh yeah, another small thing. I guess it's not gonna make a gigantic difference, but they did buff as like how much shielding you get out of the ultimate as well, by a very small like percent. It was like 0.75 before, now it's 0.9. So it's a buff. Still pretty decent. Massive. Gigantic. Insane. I honestly do think the biggest change to him is the lower cooldown on his one in the early game. That's about it. Because it's not even just for his capability. It's also the fact that it's a good knockup. It's a really good, a very good aggressive knockup. That does a pretty good amount of damage too. So having that more often is great. Whether it be for getting away or being more aggressive. Do we even need to be there? And now I usually instantly F7, and I'm like, now that situation has triggered me. You know, like now I'm just gonna instantly do it, no questions asked. Like no more bullshit. Also, what the fuck am I buying? I haven't even thought about this. Buy that. Get wards. I want power. Because I can definitely kill Chak. Chak is being very over-aggressive with me because he knows I don't do any fucking damage to him.
Shut down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stand and fight.
Fuck you, Alexi, alright? You wanna fight? Yeah? I'll fight you. Get him! Kill him! Chuck's too high. High HP. Dude, look at that wombo combo. No one ever expected it.
Peacing out for a while, y'all. Later.
It's a funny wombo combo. Erlang Vamana. How be you least expect it? Alright, last item I will probably... Man, last item is rough, man. They have so much damage. I don't know. Probably need some kind of double protection item. Like, shit, dude. I could do a late prophetic. I imagine this game will be very aggressive. I don't think stacking it will be a problem. I could just do that. Shifters. Shifters for the power would be nice, but... How much is the full protection you get from shifters when the passive is active? Well, it's like 60? Wait, does animosity go off of my HP? Oh yeah, it does. What the fuck? I don't know why I always thought it was based on the enemy's HP. Alright, yeah, shifters make sense. Let's get more.
Your middle tower is under attack. Let's switch it up.
Fucking Frostbound. You can't even hear this clap sound effect on the mono. It's crazy. Too small hands to even hear the clapping effect.
You won't be seeing me again.
Animosity. Online. Oops. Probably... Yeah, I should have gone shifters first. Before Kins, I mean.
Enemy in right lane. Okay. I'm going for jungle buff.
Be right back. Sorry, I guess.
Man, sit tight, shorty.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
I'm hitting someone, man. I don't even care who.
You rock.
Suddenly I was tanking.
I'll attack the fire giant. Completed.
There's a lot of people here, but my ult's up soon. I want him. Where is he? Is he alone? Damn. Alright. It's my blink though. His jump is a low cooldown, man. I heard him jump into the lane. I expect at least a few more seconds. That sucks. What did I just say my last item was going to be? Right, shifters. Wait, they just upped the gold on it, didn't they? Oh, never mind. Dude, Jesus Christ. The bots are going crazy now. It's the second bot today already. Unbelievable. I could not see that whirlpool at all underneath that Susano ultimate. No, I was going to ult. Damn you, Herc. I would rather want speed buff though. In this game, I really want speed buff. Otherwise, I can't catch up to them. You're right. Green buff is not bad. I'll take it just for now. But I really wanted to see if I could yoink a speed buff. Let's grab this. Yeah, when we have fire, I can go smack the green ticky as well. I guess I can just do that now. Everyone else is occupied doing stuff. Beautiful sculpture of Hebo right there.
Ally has been slain.
Slow him! Let me hit him! Dude. Herc is such a problem for our team. Herc just knocking people away as well. Like, he's literally peeling and initiating at the same time. It's horrendous. How is he peeling for the back line? Well, it's because we're all so grouped, I guess, but still. Herc's doing a lot for them. I gotta be more careful with my one. I can't use it just in front of Hercules like that, unless I'm knocking him up and he's not able to interrupt me. Damn, was that a one-shot? But I looked away. Don't let it get stolen. I'm on my way.
You think you can just pass away like that? An enemy has been slain.
No, my thorns waste. Nika, why?
Compliments to the chef.
Motherfucker. Alright, that's his pop. Damn. They were right around the corner, man. I'll tell you that I did not expect that. I was not prepared. How much did that do? Who gives a fuck about the Kraken? The Trident? Damn. Ouch. Dude, we're not even doing fire, we're just killing them. Let them respawn, kill them again.
Bling bling, yo.
I have 2 sentries. That's the only wards we have, as well as 2 Raven wards. That is on me and Erlong.
Hey, sit tight, shorty.
Dude, I tried to flick.
Ally has been slain. That sauce is now that's spicy meatball.
Kill this man. Well, I should not try to help. That sucks. Now, our vision is kind of shit considering we actually, you know, we have so much control, but we aren't warding enough. The Chok slow is such a bother for me too. Like, unless I'm in my old form, I'm just kind of dead. Or slowed to hell. I literally can't do anything about it. I think it's also time to sell gens perhaps, and grab some defense. Because I don't think damage is going to be a problem, but surviving will be. Maybe a spirit rope. Actually, I'll grab mental. If I get low, the stun might be nice. We should also have enough damage. Like, I don't need to be the one doing damage. I just gotta bait something big out.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, it is.
I didn't get to grab my thorns first. See if I can even stop this. I'm backing again. I'm glad I went protection, I guess. I think I would have died against Poseidon if I didn't. It's definitely hard to stick to anyone, especially now that they expect it.
Man, sit tight, shorty.
Stay in or dump. Your choice.
Uh-oh. Alright, that works.
Bling bling, yo.
Damn it. I should stop. I think my escape button is broken. I think it's the new thing. It double presses sometimes. I accidentally pressed surrender at one point. No, not surrender, pause, I believe. Yeah, because pause is all the way up there.
Oh, this
I am just dead. I don't have my ult. Good raw damage. That sucks. If I had my ult, then actually might have been pretty decent. But my mana ult is such a long cooldown. 81 seconds isn't horrible, I suppose, but feels very long. Especially when you've gotten used to the ability-based warriors these days, running around with 50-second ultimates. 50 seconds, 60 seconds. They're just too good. Sadly, a full cooldown of mana wouldn't really work the same, as none of the attack speed items tend to have any cooldown.
Enemy team has destroyed the goal.
bling bling, yo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Stay in.
the middle phoenix. Energy fields of burn.
Sit tight, shorty.
Stay in or down.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Enemy has been slain.
Energy field deployed.
Gotta man up.
Stay in or down. Your choice.
We should just get out.
Ultimate is down.
Defend left lane.
Be right back.
We gotta push up left a bit. Otherwise they have a very easy way to just go end. In case they get the chance to. I'll grab some wards as well before fire spawns.
Bling bling, yo.
Some weird small stuttering I feel at the end of this server. Or in this game, I guess. Would like that to not be the case.
What is it?
Stay in or down. Your choice.
He must have choking on the meatball.
Be right back.
I just went ham on Chuck. It's the only one close enough. I'm no longer top player damage though, which sucks. I want to be top player damage. I'm slapping people all game. But a big Rouse Knight will absolutely put him in the front. I have to work so hard to do 1,000 damage. He just needs to hit a single ability. Alright, good shit. What if you could build for ability duration? Vamana just doesn't work as well. He just doesn't. He doesn't have... like... Vamana's just too reliant on the ultimate. If you want to do that, like you would have to build him full assassin, which you could, but he has to be in the jungle. It just doesn't work in solo. He's gonna get dumpstered by anything. Unfortunately. It does not work into warriors as well. When you're kind of reliant on lane pressure, it won't work. No, they are so close as well. Shit. Almost got it. Dude, fucking hell. It is hot. It's funny, when I'm focused, I don't realize how hot it is, and the second we get out of the game, I'm like, holy shit, it's hot. That was a really fun game, though. Son also played super well. He got a lot of picks that kind of gave us an edge in some of these fights. Dude, the word difference. Like 2 people here above 20, and then the rest are just, whatever. The fuck, man? Unbelievable. It really is weird, though, how hard you have to work on someone like Vamana compared to other gods. Like, on Chalk, you just blink in, you use Thorns, you ult. You kind of done your job at that point. Vamana, you have to... So many factors that goes into it. Like, at face value, ulting and pressing left click isn't hard. But knowing when that's a good moment to do it in this day and age in Smite is kind of hard. Like, especially in a game like this when they have such fast gods. They had obviously Hippo and Poseidon with low mobility, you know, like no jump or dashes, to be fair. But I think if most of the time if Poseidon or Hippo just ran straight, they would have gotten away from me. I don't think I would have caught them most of the time if they did, but a lot of the time they tried to fight back. One time it paid off for Poseidon to just fight back, he just killed me. I still got him to half HP and he ended up dying for it as well. So I don't actually think any of them really survived. Unless it was just like a stalemate where he maybe ulted out and I just went my own way. So what's up, Neo? Guan? Don't worry, there's still plenty of day left. We'll do the Guan no matter what. I promise. You played Sifu? I did, yeah. Actually wasn't a big fan. I was sad that I wasn't. I just didn't really feel it. I did finish it. I did, because it was very short. But I was sad that I didn't feel it as much as I thought I would originally. And like animations are sick as hell. I don't want to take away from what the game does, because it's super cool. But it definitely, yeah, I don't know, didn't vibe. Yeah, new trailer dropped. I'll check it out at some point. Could maybe do it during the stream as well, at the end or something. I haven't seen it yet. I did hear that a trailer was gonna drop, but you know, is it classified as the launch trailer? Because I don't like launch trailers. They usually spoil way too much. I would rather go in blind. I hate launch trailers so much. I also didn't watch the one for Elden Ring for the same fucking reason. Actually, I didn't watch the one for the Elden Ring DLC. I watched the one for the Elden Ring base game, and I heavily regretted that. Because I felt like I kind of got spoiled by watching the launch trailer on Elden Ring. And I'm glad I didn't watch the launch trailer on the DLC. Because that also has stuff in there that I didn't want to see. I like just experiencing things without knowing anything about it. I like the surprise factor when you play a game, especially when it's a game like FromSoft. Like a FromSoft game, there's so much stuff in there, but they just show way too much in the trailers. I'm super down for those for these cinematic trailers they do. Like I watched the story trailer they made. Because it just doesn't show that much, just lore. I'm cool with that. And then just reveal trailers. But I tend to not want to look at too much for that stuff.
Select your god.
Is there another Guardian I could try out? Probably not. Didn't mind the trailer, because have you more bosses? Yeah. I'm glad to know that there might be more. But I also just kind of don't want to see it. Like I like seeing the surprise, like reveals. Like, there's a reason why I really enjoy the way FromSoft do bosses. It's because they usually have like big cinematic set pieces they show you before you get to fight the boss. I want to see that in front of my eyes first. Damn. Dude, they're gonna get combo now. Dude! Why didn't he pick me a combo? Now I have to deal with this shit again, probably. Hopefully not. If he's support, I don't care. That's fine. He can be support. But if I'm against this shit, I have to pick something that doesn't rely on dash. No tier. Dude, actually, tier is root immune. No. Actually, isn't Arthur and tier root both root immune in their ones? Or in their dashes? Alright, I'll do the egg one in this one. I'll get it out of the way. Not just to get it out of the way, but if I'm against Kumba here, Guan might not be that bad. Because he can interrupt my 3. Might be alright. Yeah, we win now. No problem. Dude, Uller again. I don't like they buffed Uller. I hate being against Uller. Yeah, you have to find a boss in DS3 that is mechanically challenging. Roughly so far was Crystal Sage because you agree them, but Deacons give Roderick. Well, yeah, I mean the first few bosses in Dark Souls 3 are pretty easy. Especially, excuse me, especially after you've like played all the DLCs, just all the FromSoft games, for sure. I guess I'm against Yorm? Probably? Maybe? I hope it's Yorm, to be honest. I feel like that's a funnier matchup. Yeah, the combo is support. Good. I don't want to deal with it. Poor Apollo. Have fun. Even Cerberus, I guess. Guan shits on Yorm. I think once I can clear the wave a bit better, then yeah, I agree. Early game, I think it might be tough. Except for level 2. I think level 2 actually might be pretty sweet. Even though Guan's 3 at level 1 isn't that great. It's kind of weak. Or like, I would say it's on par with what Yorm does. A well-placed 1 and he stands inside of it might be more useful than my 3. Shut up, Guan. Holy shit. Why are you speaking so much? First item what, though? Man, what have I been forced into now? All this Guardian bullshit. Maybe Prophetic start Genji's, but I really want Pridwen on Guan, to be honest. But I do think I want this start more. Yeah, I might just have to start with Genji's. Oops. Yeah, shifters would be alright. I thought about shifters. I think this works. I'll do Genji's into breastplate probably and just say fuck Pridwen. And go into maybe something like a Actually, no. Maybe I will do Genji's into Mystical into Fredwin. Yeah, I actually kind of like that better. I think I want Mystical here. Also just because I think it's going to help here. The green breastplate. Yeah, I mean, regrowth could be nice as well. Dude, there's too many items I want to I want to buy now. Shit.
Okay.
Not a bad thing, but
Yes. Minions. Yeah.
also we're talking about like auto attack one again. What does that really entail? Like, do I have to go berserkers?
Out of my way. Yeah. And you will live. Out of my way. Out of my way.
Poison your land.
There we go.
Ha! And you will live. Take my blade. Out of my way.
This poor guy, dude.
Out of my way.
That's actually just worst case scenario as a solo. Buy TP, TP back to lane, die again. Oof. Man, that's an oof of highest order. Like, that's the type of shit that makes me want to not play the game anymore.
Out of my way.
Like, just get me out. You want to tilt me? You just camp me. Don't do that, though. Don't camp me. I hate being camped. It makes the game really boring.
Okay, so
Out of my way.
little something.
Not even the unicorn magic could save us now.
Ah, whoops. Would not have expected
Out of my way.
that. And I just dashed too. Thor came at the perfect time.
Your right tower is under attack. Out of my way.
Yeah. Damn it, dude. That sucks. That pretty much means he catch up, because I just lost a full wave. Full wave down the drain.
Out of my way. Out of my way.
Compliments to the chef.
That's too bad. Enemy ultimate down. Out of my way. have returned to base. Cancel that. Out of my way.
An ally has been slain.
A magical unicorn appeared. It's all out of my way. Reconvene at Candy Mountain.
Okay, Thor's mid. Yeah, I'll definitely grab regrowth, I think. I think it's a good call. Regrowth makes sense. Leon is streaming. Like, why do we even fit in the attack speed? That's the big problem here. Just redstone? Like, that's it? You just want a redstone. I was gonna do that anyway, probably.
Out of my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice move.
Out of my way. But can you do this?
Maybe I probably wouldn't have, actually.
Out of my way. Yeah. Out of my way. Out of my way. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. You must be judging because your horse is just basic.
Away like that.
An ally.
Okay, stop.
He was lagging, it seems.
Salt the deer.
Got to lay some magical beast traps. Out of my way. This.
I thought he was baiting for Thor, because I thought that was super sus. Like, why are you walking up when you know I can just 3 you and you die? But he wasn't. Because Thor was mid.
A Leprechus. Out of my way. Yeah.
Top 3? Yeah, sure.
My way.
For sure now. 100%.
Oops. Wrong spell.
I got it back here.
Facts. Manticore droppings make a great wand binder.
Are we surrendering this just to get out? We could. We could. Okay. I didn't vote, but I would have probably said yes as well. Does that count, Neo? Was that the Guan Yu game? Technically it is, but I'll give you this. We'll just be delaying it a bit. I'll do Guan again at some point, but don't worry now. I'm not gonna betray you here. I can't promise it's gonna be today though. It's getting late. I have to walk him soon. I have to walk him real soon. That's why I started earlier. See, even Guan's crying. You walked... Dude, I wish I had someone here who could just walk my dog, because then I would just keep streaming. I'm mostly stopping, because when I walk him, like, I don't want to just give him a quick walk and go back to streaming. Like, I want to give him an actual walk, so... I would be gone for probably like 30 to 45 minutes. And, like, having people just sit here and wait for that long, or just being live for that long, without me being here, just doesn't make any sense to me, so... So I'll keep up for like at max an hour. It's probably going to be my last game here. I do want to see if I can kind of a little bit transition to an earlier time, because it really does fit me much better. I just need to fix my sleep schedule, because my sleep schedule is so bad right now. The streaming schedule is great. Usually it doesn't fit me, because today I don't know. I started watching some more streams in terms of Smite stuff, and I just decided I want to be part of the earlier queues rather than the late one, I guess. So I decided to try here, and I would actually probably do it much earlier. I would probably start around 2. I would go back to my old stream schedule. I would start at 2 and then end right before I have to make dinner. That probably fits me the best, because it doesn't get the way of anything. That does mean that there's some days I can't actually stream though, because I am doing stuff at those times on some days. So yeah.
Select your god.
For now, we'll just have to wait and see. I need to fix my sleep schedule most of all. It's so bad right now. Dude, are we first pick? I didn't see. I didn't see. We're first pick? Okay. Grab the combo. Grab it. Grab it. Oh my god. You're kidding me. Just give me combo. He DC'd. You guys can't see it because it's behind my camera, but... Why? Today is not the combo day. Hey, Verix, what's up, man? What are all these gifts, huh? Okay. Cosmetics, recalled skins. I don't really care about all that stuff. We got a godlike chest. Give me something I want. Of all the things to get out of this fucking chest, why you? Moose Jaw? Huh? What a scam. Oh yeah, we got a new, the new battle pass here. What's actually in it? Because from the skins I've seen so far, I don't really like them. I think this one is the best of them, to be honest. I think this one is pretty cool. It's a pretty decent Mercury skin. Does it fit his theme by punching? Not really, but it's cool enough visually. Is the Chuck skin the last one? Yeah, because I don't really like that one, real. I don't really like this one much. He's just kind of too thin. Like, is that just me? He's just too thin. If he was a bit more bulky, then sure. Like, his arms are thin as hell. Yeah, I don't like this skin at all. It's weird. I think Chuck has so many bad skins. Considering how many skins he's got, I really do think he's got some of the shittiest. Damn it. I think this one is still one of the best ones. Obviously, it looks a bit dated now, but I honestly think this one, combined with the voice pack as well, just is some of the best. You got the upgrade skin, sure. Like, this one looks cool. Like, it does. I like these older ones as well. They're fine. This one is alright. I don't like the weapon in this one, but otherwise I do think this one is alright. I mean, I feel like this one is just kind of generic, personally. It's just kind of generic, Gundam looking. This one I think is very cool, but my problem is the voice pack. He speaks so fucking slow that when you call missings, the sentence takes like 5 seconds to go off. I hate it. So I probably will use this skin generally, but I gotta turn off the fucking voice pack. This one I hate the colors of. Purple and green just don't go very, very well together, man. I don't think so, especially not in a Viking theme. I like the other Viking one. I don't think I have it. Actually, I think I do have it. Oh, I missed it. I bet. I skipped a row there. Yeah, I think this that's cool enough. It's alright. I think it's the voice pack I don't really dig all that much, but I do think it's alright. It's not bad. This one is... I mean, it's a team skin, right? Radical Rex. Is it a team skin? I forgot now. Yeah, it is. So... And then, yeah. This one, I think, is cool, but the hammer obscures the vision too much, so I don't like using it. And I think this one is in Smite 2 as well, but it looks worse. This one looks much better. Open the new one. Yeah, this one? Or this one? Like, this one is super cool. Yeah, this one is great. I think this one is honestly one of the best skins they've ever made, to be honest. I think this one is super cool. I hope they make a theme out of this, like they have done with the... Like, the spiritual, like, blue-black looking effect. I hope they make a theme like that, with that type of theme. I would like that. Yeah, beats a tier 5 as well. I don't like the tier 5 skin on Chuck, to be honest. That one I just straight up dislike.
Pick your god. Select your god.
Dude, and now combat gets banned. Shit on a stick, man. Alright. What am I playing here? What am I playing? I'll do a Cabrakan. I haven't played this card in a long fucking time. Use the mech skin? Dude, no, I have to use Fat Loki, though. I have to use it. But visually, I don't like it as much. This one is also fun. The nerd. Fat Loki, though. This one just looks too cool. I love this kid. It's great. Just one trick in combo at the moment. I would like to, but he's always banned, except for the 2 times now we were able to pick him, but Vanitas straight up ignores my message and just picks something else. I could have had him. He was within my reach, but he was ignored. I wonder, do you guys even think Ixchel is that good anymore? Because she is rough, man. Her losing the mitigation on the ultimate is kind of rough. She's gonna die to a lot of shit now. She completely lost the big thing on her with a big mitigation. Like, she's not bad, don't get me wrong, but the reason why she was so hard to dive and just go all in on was because of the mitigation on her ultimate. It's the biggest reason why I hated to dive her as a frontline. Now that won't be a problem anymore. What am I against? I hope I'm against Cerberus, to be honest. Odin is kind of annoying. I'm honestly surprised they took away the mitigation. I don't think that should have been how they dealt with it. Yeah, they have a very good comp, but I think we have a pretty good pick-off comp. Wait a second, I just realized. Who's gonna be jungle then? Is it gonna be... I assume, like, Blocks is mid. He always is. So what, Hui jungle? Or Medusa jungle? Odin? You think it's gonna be Odin and not one of the ADCs? Could be. Definitely could be. What am I building here, actually? Probably this? Odin, I mean, I agree with you. I definitely think Odin is the most jungleable god in there, but I don't know if he's actually going to be the jungler. It's Alexia too. No, there's no way. Odin has to be support. I actually don't know. Do I start with my... I guess I start with my 2 and not my 3. Yeah, no idea. I'm not sure for... It's been too long. I don't even know at this point. I think I do with my 2. I don't think the 3 is still going to be too mana hungry for me to use it to kill a full jungle with. Considering I need to use it on 2 cams, there's no way I'm leveling my 3. It's got to be for the lane. Not to mention without gem or conduit. It's definitely a tower start. Just not really a buff clear situation. Yeah, it is Cerberus. So... yeah, Medusa jungle.
That's too bad. Nice job. Enemy missing. Be careful.
He does have a stun for me, so that's a bit rough. But I'll take it. If he uses that on me, I get everything, so... it works. Damn, I really haven't played Kabrak in a long time, but he was actually my favorite god for a small period. In like season 3 or 4, something like that.
Enemy spotted.
Close.
Be careful, right. Be careful, right. Enemy spotted.
Two meatballs is better than one.
Okay.
Land.
Chase me down.
Worked out better than I expected. I didn't expect them both to die, to be honest. I just expected one.
What a rare blade.
But I'm not complaining. I'll take it. But yeah, I agree, Neo. I'm pretty excited for Smite 2 as well, to be honest. Especially since the last few alphas. My problem as well is the lack of gods. Because I've said it so many times, I'm honestly kind of getting tired of hearing myself say it, but I don't have a god in Smite 2 where I'm like, that's my shit. Like, that's my god right there. I can play this god for multiple games in a row. No, I don't have that. At all. At least I've grown to currently like Chalk more than I used to, so that's something, I guess. Like, if it came to that, I would probably just spam Chalk and a little bit of Bologna, but that would be it.
Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack.
Do I have any kind of knock-up immune? Neo, you probably know this. Does Gabrakan have knock-up immune on anything? No? Yeah, I thought so. Shit. Yeah, I don't want to walk too close to the tower then. Wave's a little too big. I gotta get some protection. Things are starting to hurt.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Cancel that.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Yeah, slow immune, I remember. Root immune as well in the one, okay. Alright. If I need some kind of quick protection, I'll probably just go shifters here. And then go back into some more damage. Yeah, they buffed the Bancroft's upgrade. Honestly, what the fuck does it even do? I don't think I've ever read this thing. Yeah, the non-attack speed one. It's like a shield or some shit. Oh, I didn't get to read it.
What a fine leather tunic.
Yeah, let me read it here.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, yeah, that makes even more sense going from some HP. I'll probably just do that. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'll go for it the second I finish shifters. I'll grab it after shifters. I just want to make sure I'm tanky enough when we have people ganking me. Damn. I think we could have dove there, but... Why me, dude? How did they even know I was here? God damn it. What the fuck? How did you know? Odin literally just blinked me. They must have known I was there. Oh, the teleport? I guess, yeah, they might have seen me on the teleport. How did they know it was me, though? Specifically me. I guess they didn't care. They just needed to catch someone. It's not like any of us can really get out.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Time to ward, I guess.
Reveal my foes to me, will you?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your life?
Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Wow, he must have choking on the meatball. Spicy meatball.
An omen to your
Damn, 2 for 2. Unfortunate.
beautiful destruction. Take a moment to reflect.
Grab that now. Honestly, probably need some CDR as well. Maybe it's time for a Prid one. Before I build more damage. I don't know, what do you actually think, Neo? Do you think I should just go protection? What do you think it was more worth? Or like, just full damage? Cabragan is kind of awkward, but he's also a pretty good tank. Like, he can still do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Archer and Prid one. I think so too. I think going too much damage against that, I'm gonna die instantly in that game.
Okay, so maybe a salt did her.
Bro, what's happening in duo? Ragnar getting clapped. It's like the 3rd solo kill or some shit.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Yeah, we're gonna different starter. I had a different build in mind when I started the game,
Mamma
but it's
mia, not again.
heavily shifted. That's okay though.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Your middle. Wow, he must have choking on the meatball. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Your life?
You think you can just pass away?
I would've been ready if he TP'd.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn it. The fucking creep showed up, confused the shit out of me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Should have just tried to heal off the things.
An ally has been slain. Wow, he must have choking on the meatball.
Still, I was bait for long enough.
An enemy has been slain.
So it's getting kind of dark in here. What the fuck's my phone?
Meat has been tenderized.
What shall I?
been slain.
Link's back up soon.
Okay, stop. Maybe a little.
Your middle tower
Slain an enemy.
I can't help him.
Mamma mia, not again.
Yi does seem to be everywhere. I'm pretty sure he's the ADC. Spinning solo, and now he's running around in mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Help it then. Help!
You think you gonna just pass away? Joking on the enemy missing right. An enemy
Running pretty low on mana here, but
Your team destroyed the right enemy.
gonna try nonetheless. Dude, yeah. If only I had some more mana. But oh well.
Your structure is under attack.
What item did we think about? Right, Archdruid. Excuse me.
This code will help me stealth in the shadows.
I'll grab that.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
What do you think for last item then? Do you still think Spirit Robe would be the best? I do agree though that Infused would have been good on Cabrakan. My only problem with not going for an aggressive starter is that you're gonna lose flame pressure. And I feel like you really don't want to lose lane pressure on Cabrakan. He's not a god that works very well from behind. You really want to try and be really aggressive. Realistically, I feel like I would have went with Conduit Gem normally. But I'm not really sure. I haven't really thought about it. You could do Warriors as well, I suppose.
He must have joking on the meatball.
Maybe even Bluestone?
Been slain.
Probably not Bluestone, actually.
Enemy spotted. Attack fire giant. Attack fire giant. Be right back. Retreat.
Damn, I can't believe we didn't get any kills from that. Gonna get some warts.
What more could I possibly need?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, I do think in general people want to interrupt Brackets 3. So, I think it makes sense going for something like Spirit Rope. I'm just not around for this.
Mamma mia, not again!
Motherfucker. That's so funny.
An enemy has been slain. Wow, compliments to the chef.
Snuck away so easily.
Damn, dude. Giannis came out at the wrong fucking time for that. I think I'll just grab Blood Soaked. The other one is just gonna kill me.
This is a good place for you.
Okay, he dashed a very different way than I expected, and we weren't able to capitalize on it.
Enemy spotted. Look at them.
Dude, why are we not going on the Hui? I don't understand. Let's chase the tank. Don't kill the carry. If they can get him, sure, whatever. But goddamn. Yeah, they didn't end up getting him. Motherfucker. Why would you not?
We need walls. Ascend.
An enemy has been slain.
Party.
I jerked the heel. Good job, me. Damn it.
The moonlight shine. Take a moment to reflect.
Snuck away so easily.
No, dude, this Odin stun, dude. Fuck. Also, I didn't press my thorns. I should have.
You're not again. I have a plan. I will strike you down. The pyramid.
Damn. I actually need to finish red one here. Oh, upgrade it. We have one word.
Set up an ambush here.
She is less than 1 HP.
Better than one.
This is not possible.
You have been slain. Stick away. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Alright, good shit. Papa Law picking it back up. Dude, Medusa should not have survived that, man. They took down one of the walls real fast.
Beautiful destruction. What shall I create next?
Your team has destroyed a left and a phoenix.
The moonlight shines. For you, a tapestry of pain.
Even if Horus dies for the Phoenix, it's worth getting the Phoenix. Damn, that's actually just game. Alright, good shit. That was pretty fun trying something different on the Cabrakan here. It's definitely a bit on the 50-50. Like, Cabrakan is one of those gods that if he doesn't kill you with his combo, he tends to just die for it. But, worked out in the end.
Introducing, in this quarter, the Mayan Mountain of Madness, Cabrakan. His opponent today,
I did more damage than Lobster though, so
Cabrakan.
that's all that really matters in the end. Alright. For the sake of my dog, I should end right here. I could do one last. Yeah, GG's Lobster. I'm glad you picked up the end tip fight there. Because I was very sad Medusa got out with 1 HP after I burned everything to kill her. Also very unexpected. It's the 3rd time. She's definitely powerful. She hurts. I played her a few times in solo. She's pretty fun. In solo, she's not as fun though, because people just camp you and take your bloober and you just die. Yeah, a jungle gap was definitely felt. That's true. Yeah, who was... Whoops. Who was their jungler again? I mean, yeah, it was Medusa. And Susano was clearly good. It's very good. It's like the dream for Susano, you know? They have 3 backliners. Susano just has snacks everywhere. Miss playing Susano. Just play the current jungle meta. He's practically at the top in ranked, at least. I don't know how he would be in competitive, but for ranked, he just kind of dumpsters. He just fucking one-shots people. Artemis got a furry skin. Cool. Well, I guess half furry? What is this stage? It's like 3rd stage or something? 3rd stage of furry? It's not a full furry. Yeah, anthropomorphic, but have you seen like the furry scale? There's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scale. Do I even want this on my search history? I guess I'll go incognito for this search. I don't want this on my search history. Oh, you have? Alright. Yeah, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on this one at least. That I found. There's also one with just 5, but it's the very classic thing. If it's just ears and a tail, it's not a furry. Like a full humanoid, but just with a tail and ears, it's not furry. But semi-furry, I guess, is what that one would classify as. Because that one has, you know, legs, I guess fur, but still very humanoid.
Pick your god.
I mean, you're right, Syndon, for sure. I mean, I think... For me, it only really draws the line when you can tell it's an actual animal. I think. Then it gets weird. No actual animals. But like, I feel like I can pretty easily separate my fantasies when it comes to if it's just humanoid. If it doesn't look like it's real, it doesn't matter. That's the thing. If it's not real, like aliens as well, depending on the alien, also isn't a problem for me. You know what? I don't think we should talk about this. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Yeah, it's I'm sitting here with a camera on me. Like, even if you guys say it, you guys are still essentially anonymous. I'm putting this out there. I think everyone,
Select
or at least 99% of people at this point, have definitely things that they would wank to that they don't want to say out loud. They probably do. There's so many weird things these days, even if it's just feet. Like someone who likes feet, because that's just being looked down upon now. But what am I picking against Cocolan? I want to play against that god. I'll grab Searcher. Even though Searcher kind of sucks so far into their comp. Breeze got a publishing offer, and I honestly think they might reconsider it if they saw some of the shit I've written over the years. Yeah, I mean... I guess... Good that you're not showing them, I suppose. I'll regret picking Searcher. CA couldn't torture it out of me. Do you like fanfiction, Sindern? Is that what you write? It's a fanfiction? No? Okay. You never know. I don't judge. I think people should just do what they want to do, as long as it doesn't hurt other people. Sometimes I will say it's a bit weird, but that's fine, as long as you like doing it. Dude, I hate their team comp as Searcher, man. This is not a fun comp to deal with as Searcher. Everywhere I go, I will get clapped. I might need beats this game. Honestly, I might need ages this game. Feels super weird writing character that isn't mine. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it too much, to be honest. Like, I've never been interested in reading or writing fanfiction, so... I haven't really thought about it, how I would feel if I did it. Some people are definitely very into it. It's kind of like RPing in some games. It's never really been my thing either. I tried for a little while, but it wasn't really for me. I just can't, like, I feel like I could act like in a play, but I don't want to act like someone else, something, or someone else online. Even if it's just for fun. I guess I just don't really enjoy that. It's Kitten, huh? I'm dealing with Kitten again. Now I definitely don't like that I picked Searcher. Because I suck at Searcher. I need to start banning Cocolan when Kaeler is in the queue. Because Kaeler seems to like Cocolan. And I don't like dealing with Cocolan. Especially when they know how to play the game.
The horn resounds as the battle for the aim of the cosmos begins. There will be none that can stop me.
Everyone is going to publish rights, wouldn't be mine. Yeah. It's a pretty big step, but also a lot of bad shit can also happen when it suddenly isn't yours anymore. You see that shit all the time in the video game industry. So many people just get fucked over because of bad management. Then it hurts people that didn't deserve it.
Ragnarok will be the end of us all. Us all. That includes me.
Creeps, no! Betrayed by the creeps, bro. The knock, like the push also... Damn it, dude. That sucks. That is so fucking unfortunate. I should have just fought back fully. Like, all in. I would have won that exchange. Yeah, he's just zoning. Fuck, this is gonna be so bad for me now. Dude, give me level 3, motherfucker. Give me level 3. That's fucking disgusting, man. My dog just barked and he spit all over my foot. How did you even do that? You can't spit. Dogs don't spit. You don't have the ability to. Dude, that distracted me so much. Now my foot's cold because I can feel the wind. Because it's wet. With dog saliva.
That's too bad.
Unfortunate, man. We were both level 4 too. If we were 5, that would have been great. Literally 2 level 4s versus 2 5s. I keep forgetting about Chalice. I have to just sometimes just fucking buy it. Chalice is so useful. But man, lost blue buff for this. Unless Hebo for some reason decided not to go for it. No.
Your right tower is under attack.
Rough. Dude, item difference, I guess? Yeah, he's got full item. Fuck, dude. This game isn't even going that bad. It's like, it's on the edge of being incredibly good. Dude. Neith had ult and turned the other fucking way. I don't believe it. I just realized we have a Neith. It's funny how this thing only renders half the time.
Enemy missing.
I need this. When do you spawn? Somewhat soon. Just gotta bait, boys. Just gotta bait.
There is no weapon more fine than
I'm just gonna back.
that which I already wield.
I really am enjoying Searcher, but I always meet very, very good people when I pick Searcher, when I'm trying to learn him. Yesterday it was Nika. Now it's Killer Kitten, who is quite good, especially on Cocolan too.
Enemy ultimate.
Enemy missing.
The shed. An enemy has been slain.
Good thing about Chalice.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Damn.
Compliment.
I just need more protection, really.
Cancel that.
Your left cancel that.
I just don't seem to be tanky enough.
Left lane.
Yes.
Thanks. Enemy missing left.
Under attack.
I don't know if he was around. Don't want to deal with him. I managed to juke the heap ult. I'll grab this first, I suppose.
Be careful!
I won't. Doesn't spawn in time.
Mighty indeed is it forged in the fires of Muspelheim.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
That's most
The
unfortunate.
bitch goop is kinda popping off here.
Okay. Thanks. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't want this one.
None.
That's most unfortunate.
Grasp. Ever bright. Of the inferno.
Jesus. I definitely need some protection against Tipo, I guess. Holy fuck. Maybe I do need Aegis this game.
I'll attack the Gold Fury.
Hmm.
Never!
Like, it's either that or Blink. I'll just do Blink. Fuck it. I should have done Sprint. I just realized. They have a lot of fucking slows.
Flame.
Why the hell did I just get hit by a Heim's fucking visual thing? Fuck is that? Why am I getting hit by that? Damn, can't even fight him anymore.
Comes for us.
Me, my
Jesus Christ.
aim.
Hippo is just always here, I guess. Noted. I'll let the wave come down so I can zone instead. Hippo is just camping. I don't think Segment is a good start anymore. Not much. Especially in games like these. Like, this seems to happen every single time. Also, what the fuck is up with the Heim hitting me, dude?
Enemy spotted. Enemy
Kinda horseshit.
light.
They're seeing me when they're not supposed to fucking see me.
Shadows. Enemy ultimate down. Will it be able to withstand my burning
Like, I don't know if this...
flesh?
how this bug even came to happen. Like, why the fuck does Heim's shit hit me all from with the way we're here? Oh, it's not his passive? What is his passive? Maybe I should read what it says. I thought it was his one.
He must have choked on the meatball. Mwah!
Oh, I see. Interesting.
The fresh meat has been tenderized.
I didn't even know that was his passive, and I've mastered him. The fuck? What kind of shit is that?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Get me close to this man.
Your right tower is
Mighty indeed
Grab that.
is it forged in the fires of Muspelheim.
Yeah, I played the game. I started yesterday.
Be right back.
I guess it's just weird for me because I never saw the effect. Like, is that related to Surtur? Like, why is... I see it on, like, on his head right here. What is that? Does that happen on every god? I just never noticed. That's why I'm so confused. Every god has that? Okay. Alright.
middle enemy tower. Incoming middle.
Choke on the meatball. Have fun. Save yourself! Yank. You think you can just blast away like that?
Dude, man. They just came at the shittiest time. They just came at the shittiest time to block that. He just keeps getting shielded. Damn ults. Dude, the rock blocked. The fucking rock just blocked the Neath ult. That shouldn't be a thing, by the way. I think that's kind of horseshit.
Everything has its use.
Mwah! Compliments to Chef. You think you can just blast away like that?
None shall escape my grasp.
still around.
That was party and joke.
Dude, fucking Hebo, and he's fucking old. It's always on me. Hebo is such a fucking problem.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
Today,
Bushy is also an old friend. He hasn't played much recently, from what I understand, but well, I wouldn't say we hung out, but we know each other from way back as well. I remember Bushy. Actually, wait, weren't we in the same team for a little while? Am I misremembering? That was the little period where I kept joining like at new teams. I completely forgot. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like I either scrimmed with you or against you a lot. I don't remember. Three people in right? We could probably do something with that, right? Man, I really want to save my stuff here for my starter. Alright, I can buy this now. Actually, no, never mind. I just got 20 off of that.
may my aim.
We got Phoenix, and there's not even an EFG. We're fine. Damn, really good respawn ult. Probably not gonna be enough though.
Compliments to the chef.
Cheers! Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
An ally has been slain.
That's most unfortunate. Team has destroyed the pyro.
It's weird how my score, I feel like, does not reflect how kind of well this game has been going for me. It's weird. It really hasn't been that bad, I feel like. Get away, Chalice. Don't need you anymore.
Will it be able to withstand my burning flesh?
I do need to finish my actives at this point. Now that I've finished my build, I can. I do have to upgrade Pritwin though. I feel like we can't do anything against their team comp, man. We just die. Our frontline is just fucking dead. The lack of the one-shot potential from an assassin is really kind of hurting us going into this. Unless we get like a pig early, I feel like we just can't fight. Like Artemis and I can deal with one carry essentially, right? I was on the Hebo for the majority of this fight. Because I can clearly deal with the Artemis as well. That's some good damage.
Mean my aim?
It's tough. I do have more deaths than I have both kills and assists. Arguably not a good score.
The light burns away the shadows.
Gank. Set up an ambush here. Gank. Attack the minions.
Dude, I cannot believe Hebo got out of that again. Damn, good job.
That's most unfortunate.
Dude, Kumba actually shits on Heim now, dude. He crippled with his 2. I never really thought about that. He's so good against Heimdall. Heimdall can do shit against him. I felt kind of... Dude, based on score, it looks bad. Alright, guys? Like, hands up. It looked bad. And my laning was pretty bad, but it was so close to being good. We almost killed each other on every exchange where I died. Except for the one time Hebo ganked. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Overall, this is kind of... I was kind of satisfied with the Surtur game, honestly. I don't mind being bait for the majority of it. Like, even look at my direct opponent here, right? Like, it wasn't that big of a difference, even in terms of just damage. As long as Hebo died and Artemis died, I think we generally could win this. Heim is really, really good, and he did a shit ton of damage. But these two are so scary with their one-shot potential and just CC from Artemis. It's tough. Heimdall did kind of crit the shit out of me in that last team fight, though. I'm pretty sure he was the only one who actually ended up hitting me. Maybe the Heap Ult did too, when he on his way out. Anyway, guys, at this point I have delayed the dog walk way too much, and he's very unhappy with me. But yeah, it's time. It's time for the dog to go out. I decided to start earlier today than usual, so for the people that might show up now, I have been live for 4 hours because I started much earlier. I wanted to join the day queues with Nika and Ducky and all the boys, so I wanted to be a part of that, at least to see how different it is, and it's very fun. No regrets. So anyway, thank you guys for watching as always. I really fucking appreciate it, and I will probably be back tomorrow. So bye.